Welcome to the Laprim Peel Catholic District School Board regular board meeting on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. Call to order. We have Trustee Daryl D'Souza, Trustee Maria Pascucci disappear. Is that Paula? Is that Paula on the screen? Trustee Paula and Trustee Herman Viloria and Trustee Son Xavier are joining us through Zoom. And the rest of the trustees are here this evening. We will start with our national anthem. But before we start, I just want to say that tonight's national anthem will be sung on video by St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Secondary School Choir under the music teacher Mel Seymour. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Again, thank you to the students of St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Secondary School. I would like to ask, just before we go to that, let us remember the students, staff, trustees, and family members of staff and trustees who have recently passed away, and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. I now ask Trustee Bruno Ayonica to please lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. O Almighty God, our Father in heaven, from whom all goodness and truth on earth have come forth, grant to us, the Catholic community gathered at this meeting, the vision to recognize and the vigor to espouse sound principles of educational theory and practice in a spirit of balanced judgment, and the power and the proper perspective, given us also the courage to turn always onto the path of higher goodness in our deliberations, administrative decisions, and courses of action. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Trustee Ayonica. Madam Director. Through the chair. Start with Kristen. It's on.
Try this. Is that better?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sorry, Madam Director. Yes, Trustee Son Xavier.
we can't actually hear anything that's being said.
Yes, we're changing the microphone, so we're doing that right now.
Through the chair, with apologies, I'm
Perfect.
going to start over. Just want to do a sound check. Everyone can hear me now?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
good evening. It gives me great pleasure to introduce and welcome our two new student trustees who are going to engage in the declaration of office and the student trustee oath. A student trustee, Kristen Balise, her bio has been included in your agenda this evening, but I do want to share with you that she is greatly honored to have been elected as the student trustee for the 2023-2024 academic school year. And she's entering grade 12 at St. Joan of Arc Catholic Secondary School. So I'm going to ask Kristen to come forward to do her declaration of oath.
I, Kristen Belisi, do solemnly declare that I'm not disqualified under any act from being a student trustee of Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. I will truly, faithfully, impartially, and to the best of my ability execute the office of student trustee, and that I have not received and will not receive any payment for reward or promise thereof for the exercise of any partiality or malversation or other undue execution of the said office, and that I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, as required by and in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Declared before me at the City of Mississauga in the Province of Ontario this 22nd day of August 2023. I, Kristen Belisi, will undertake as my duty as a student trustee of this board to use my best efforts and all reasonable means to promote the continued protection of the denominational rights and privileges of Roman Catholics as recognized by the law and guaranteed by Section 93 of the Constitution Act 1867, and of the continued provision of a fair share of education funding and of such other measures as the board from time to time deems necessary. Declared before me at the City of Mississauga in the Province of Ontario this 22nd day of August 2023.
Before we move over to the table for Kristen to sign, we're going to do the declaration of oath as well for Nathan, and then we'll move to the table, which will give an opportunity for the chair and the vice chair and the area trustee to be part of the picture. So it gives me great pleasure as well to welcome student trustee Nathan Nguyen. He is also very grateful for the opportunity to represent the Northern District of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board for the 2023-2024 school year. And he will be entering grade 12 at Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School.
I, Nathan Nguyen, do solemnly declare that I am not disqualified under any act from being a student trustee at Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. I will truly, faithfully, impartially, and to the best of my ability execute the office of student trustee, and that I have not received and will not receive any payment for reward or promise thereof for the exercise of any partiality or malversion for or other undue execution of the said office, and that I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, as required by and in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Declare before me at the City of Mississauga in the Province of Ontario on this 22nd day of August 2023. I, Nathan Nguyen, will undertake as my duty as student trustee of this board to use my best efforts and all reasonable means to promote the continued protection of all of the denominational rights and privileges of Roman Catholics as recognized by the law and guaranteed by Section 93 of the Constitution Act 1867, and of the continued provision of the fair share of education funding, and of such other measures as the board from time to time deems necessary. Declare before me at the City of Mississauga in the Province of Ontario this 22nd day of August 2023.
Christian and Nathan will now move over to the table to sign your declaration of office, and that will give an opportunity for photo opportunity or photo op.
Okay, so we're not going to do the land acknowledgement. Trustee Stefano Pascucci, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to acknowledge that we are on sacred indigenous territory and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations for being stewards of this land.
Thank you, Trustee Stefano Pascucci. Next item in the agenda, Madam Director.
Through the chair, it's item 5, approval of the agenda, which includes the approval of calendar items.
I have somebody moved by Trustee Bruno Anika, seconded by Trustee Brea Corbett. All in favor? You guys raising your hand on one on Zoom. I need to see your, okay, great, thank you. Carried. We have.
Through the
declaration
chair,
of
item
interest.
6 is declaration of interest.
We do have declaration of interest, A7, items L1, L2 of the minutes of the regular board meeting. Bruno Anika,
Those items, Madam Chair, I have members of my family that are part of OECTA in 2026.
thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through those items as well, I have a family member as part of OECTA.
thank you. Trustee Mario Pascucci,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those items as well, a member of, one of my family members, a member of OECTA. Thank you.
thank you. Next item,
Through the chair, motion to move the declared interest items to L.
yes, could I have somebody moved by Trustee Anisha Thomas and seconded by Trustee Darrell D'Souza. All in favor? Thank you, carried.
Through the chair, item 7 would be the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of June 20, 2023, less the declared items and the business arising from those minutes is attached.
So could I have mover for approval of minutes regular board meeting, June 2023, that's declared interest items. Moved by Trustee Stefano Pascucci, seconded by Trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Through the chair, item A8 is the approval of the board minutes from the special board meeting of July 25th, 2023.
Could I have somebody move the approval of board minutes, special board meeting, July 25th, 2023? Moved by Trustee Darrell D'Souza. Have a seconder? Seconded by Trustee Brea Corbett. All in favor? I'm missing Trustee Maria Pascucci in the picture and Sean Xavier. Are they raising their hands?
Madam Chair, I did, and for some reason I'm having problems here. I do apologize. Yes, I support. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Sean Xavier, are you there?
Madam Chair, same thing. My internet's connection's being iffy, but I have raised my hand as well in favor.
Thank you. So it's carried. Any opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, before we move to section B, I want to take an opportunity this evening to welcome to their first board meeting, three new superintendents who have joined us, and we're very pleased that they have put themselves forward for this important leadership position. I would ask them to stand. So we welcome Brian Diego, we welcome Laura Oda, and we welcome Dulcie Balcour to our midst. So congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Director. And yes, we do welcome you here. And so nice to meet you. And for some of us, we've met you prior to the board meeting. So thank you. Welcome again. All right.
Through the chair, this evening's the pastor's remarks from Monsignor Shields is entitled "Blessed Are the Meek."
Good evening to everyone. It has been a very refreshing summer, I hope, for everyone, especially with your families and friends. This evening, you begin a new venture of service to our Catholic Education Center here at Dufferin Peel. And I am sure your hearts are ready to continue the wonderful work and service that you give to our teachers, the staff, students, and parents. I can't imagine what the agenda may be, but know that everyone here is truly committed to our faith in action and desire to know the presence of the Lord in our daily lives. It's always my honor to lead you in prayer this evening. Pope Francis says, the Beatitudes define the identity of the disciples of Jesus. They may sound strange, almost incomprehensible to those who are not disciples, whereas if we ask ourselves what a disciple of Jesus is like, the answer is precisely the Beatitudes. Blessed is everyone. This evening, my friends, in our prayer, let us really focus on the Beatitudes. And particularly, blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. How do I know I am meek? Examine your heart. Do you exhibit self-control? Do you get angry? Do you react? Or do you retaliate only when God is dishonored? Do you always respond humbly and obediently to the word? If you are meek, you will. Do you always make peace? Meekness forgives and restores. That's what Ephesians chapter 4, verse 2-3 says. We are to be characterized with all lowliness and meekness, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Do you receive criticism well and love the people who gave it? Meekness does. Do you give instruction with meekness? Meekness means to be finished with me for good. These are some thoughts that which really we can focus our lives on the Lord. And so, my friends, let us close with this beautiful prayer. Father, we pray that today you will draw us into meekness. We pray that you would soften our hearts, that you will remind us of the gift of gentleness, that you will show us through Jesus how to live in love day by day. We pray that you will forgive us of our sins and open our eyes and hearts to forgiveness for others in our lives. We ask that you will help us to guard our speech, that the words we say will be life-giving and glorifying to you. We are so grateful for your refining fire in our lives. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Blessed are the poorest ones, for heaven comes to where they are in you, in you. Blessed are the ones who mourn, for comfort comes to find them all in you, in you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Kindly express our sincere gratitude to Monsignor Chio. Always so heartwarming and give us enough guidance to get us started for the year. Okay. Rita, are you doing to my microphone? Okay. The next item in the agenda, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now on section C, which is awards and presentations, and gives me great honor this evening to recognize General Manager Richard Mariah, who was recently recognized from his peers from the Ontario Association of School Business Officials, Operations, Maintenance, and the Construction Committee for the William J. Wales Award winner. Richard was the recent recipient of this award, which is presented by the Ontario Association of School Business Officials to an individual who has made an outstanding career contribution to school board plant facility operations, both within their own board and through the sharing of knowledge and their colleagues at boards across Ontario. We are so pleased and proud of Richard and his receipt of this honor accomplishment from his colleagues across Ontario, and call on him to come forward to be recognized by the Board of Trustees. We have a certificate for Richard, and I would also ask for those trustees present, perhaps to join us in the center for a photo opportunity. Through the chair, our second presentation this evening is to Wendy Dobson, who's a former general manager of StopR. Wendy was also a recent recipient of the OASBO Award, in this case, the McCordick Award. The McCordick Award was established in 1980 and has been presented each year to recognize outstanding dedication and exceptional merit to the service of school business. Wendy was recognized for outstanding career in leading student transportation services at both the StopR and Wellington Dufferin Consortia, as well as for her many years of chairing the province-wide OASBO Transportation Committee. We are so very pleased to recognize Wendy for this outstanding honor and call on her to come forward to receive a certificate and take photos with our trustees. Through the chair, excuse me, item C3 is a proclamation in support of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, known as UNESCO International Literacy Day. Whereas the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization International Literacy Day has been celebrated globally since 1967, and whereas the importance of literacy as a matter of dignity and human rights is critical in the advancement of a more literate and sustainable society, and whereas the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board strives to ensure that each learner is provided with opportunities to develop and enhance their literacy skills to the best of their ability, be it resolved that UNESCO International Literacy Day be recognized and celebrated on September 8 in all Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board schools, with events and activities highlighting the importance of literacy.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Director. Next item.
Through the chair, there's a motion there.
Oh, there's a motion there. Sorry.
The motion can be found on page 34 of your e-agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
The motion is, could I just read the motion?
Yeah.
That the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board proclaims that September 8 be recognized and celebrated annually as United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, International Literacy Day in Dufferin-Peel schools and facilities. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Chair. Mario.
Is that Mario? Moved
Yes.
by Trustee Mario Pascucci, seconded by Trustee Thomas Thomas. All in favor? Paula, Sean? Don't see you. Are you up, Paula and Sean? I see Daryl, I see Herman. Paula is on. Sean, you're on? Okay.
My hand's up.
Okay, on. So, thank you. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're now on section D, which is delegations. And this evening, we welcome Josephine Lutke from Campaign Life Coalition to delegate the board.
Welcome, Ms. Lutke. Before you start, I just have a few things to go over, as you remember. So welcome again, and thank you for your delegation to the regular board meeting of Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. So that board there will say, if you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to a member of the board or committee or a pupil or his or her parent or guardian, I will rule that you must address the committee or board of trustees in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, delegates should refrain from negative, critical, or derogatory comments about any identifiable person. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded and you will be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that no decision will be made on the issue at this meeting. If there are no questions, please proceed with your delegation.
My name is Josie Lutke. I'm the Director of Education and Advocacy for Campaign Life Coalition. I spoke at the June 20th board meeting, and immediately after my delegation, staff were asked to draft revisions to the procedural bylaw on delegations and submissions to require delegates to adhere to Policy 9.01 Catholic Code of Conduct. I can't help but wonder if this request was prompted by my delegation, especially because mine was the sole delegation, and prior to that meeting, I was asked by board staff to make changes to my speech and warned that I might otherwise get cut off by the board chair. I brought copies of that speech in case anyone can inform me what was problematic about it. And if I said anything false, I would appreciate being corrected. Regardless, I am here today to request that the procedural bylaw on delegations and submissions not be revised because I believe that these revisions would be used as an excuse to censor delegates. If this inference is wrong, why else would the bylaw need to be revised? The Catholic Code of Conduct makes mention of terms like sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and defers to the Ontario Human Rights Code, which contains the same terms. I worry that it would be used to compel speech, like the use of incorrect pronouns that do not correspond to an individual's God-given male or female identity. We have seen that happen before. To reiterate again, I firmly advocate for the human rights of every human being. But ironically, the Ontario Human Rights Code is far too often used to suppress rights like free speech. I'm also firmly opposed to bullying, as I've said before, and I do not wish to see anyone unjustly discriminated against, regardless of how they identify. However, you don't need to explicitly list the aforementioned terms for bullying to still be wrong on these grounds. As an example, students are actually most likely to be bullied because of their weight, but that's not included in the code. It doesn't have to be. You won't have to expand the code ad nauseum to include each and every potential reason for prejudice. Not only are the terms sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression unnecessary, but they're also inherently problematic. They sell a lie to, and thus harm, the very people they purport to be protecting. I acknowledge the reality of same-sex attraction, but the term sexual orientation may imply such feelings are an innate and immutable aspect of one's identity. Anna Kate Howell, a Catholic convert with same-sex attraction, striving to live chastely, has written, quote, "We are not LGBTQ. Our attraction is the thing we experience, not an identity we are defined by. The majority of faithful Catholics with same-sex attraction I have talked to prefer to say that we have or we experience same-sex attraction rather than that we are gays, lesbians, or bisexuals. It is the father of lies, the accuser, who insists on calling us by our sins. Our loving Father in heaven calls us by our names. We do not want to be identified by our disordered impulses or celebrate our past sins," unquote. Gender identity is not a distinct concept from sex, but treating it as if it is confuses impressionable minds and may lead them down a road where they end up mutilating and/or sterilizing their bodies. With the endless possibilities afforded by gender expression, a completely male-presenting teenage boy can enter women's spaces, washrooms, locker rooms, etc., and nobody can even question him without discriminating on the basis of gender expression. I could go on, but returning to my original concern, if the bylaw was revised, will we still be free to express the teachings of the Catholic Church? Section 2357 of the Catechism reads in part, quote, "Basing itself on sacred scripture, which presents homosexual acts as acts of grave depravity, tradition has always declared that homosexual acts are intrinsically disordered. They are contrary to the natural law. They close the sexual act to the gift of life. They do not proceed from a genuine affective and sexual complementarity. Under no circumstances can they be approved," unquote. At a Toronto Catholic District School Board meeting, a delegate was stopped from reading the same section, hence my valid fear of censorship. Pope Francis has said, quote, "Gender ideology today is one of the most dangerous ideological colonizations," unquote, explaining that, quote, "it blurs differences and the value of men and women," unquote. In Amoris Laetitia, he writes, quote, "The young need to be helped to accept their own body as it was created," unquote. The Vatican's Congregation for Catholic Education published a document in 2019 titled "Male and Female He Created Them: Towards a Path of Dialogue on the Question of Gender Theory in Education." It states, quote, "The culture of dialogue does not in any way contradict the legitimate aspirations of Catholic schools to maintain their own vision of human sexuality," unquote. It insists, quote, "A democratic state cannot reduce the range of education on offer to a single school of thought," unquote. So to conclude, I would ask that the procedural bylaw on delegations not be revised. Rather, I request that the board instead revise the Catholic Code of Conduct to omit the terms sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and to cease to defer to the Ontario Human Rights Code. You may not like what I've said today. You may even hate it. Listening to those you disagree with, however, is an important part of a functioning democracy. I would hope that as elected representatives, you will err on the side of protecting free speech in this forum. I would hope that as Catholic trustees, you will ensure Catholic teachings on sexuality are widely shared in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the delegate? A question? Thank you so much for your presentation.
I have a question, excuse me.
Who is that one? I cannot see you. Is that Paula?
Yes.
Okay, Paula. Yes. Go ahead, Paula. Question of
Thank-
clarification?
Thank you. And through the chair, I do have a question. Can you clarify why you are discussing the Catholic Code of Conduct in the context of the draft revisions to the bylaw on delegations and submissions, please?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate it because I only actually read the proposed revisions to the bylaw on delegations and submissions today. So I was writing this speech with an anticipation of what those revisions would look like. As mentioned, I was at the June 20th meeting where these changes were proposed, and it was indicated that staff should create these changes so that future delegations would adhere to the Catholic Code of Conduct. So that's why I was mentioning the Catholic Code of Conduct. Based on what the revisions actually say, I do believe it would still be referred to because the section says that is being proposed. The director/secretary and/or the chair, in consultation with the vice chair, reserve the following rights, including to decline any delegation to ensure compliance with Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board policies and general administrative procedures and applicable laws, including those pertaining to privacy and human rights. So I would assume that the Catholic Code of Conduct, and including the Ontario Human Rights Code, would fall under Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board policies. I will mention that my concerns that were in this speech are still relevant, given what the actual changes are proposed. I would say that if anything, my concern for free speech is even greater because of these changes. They also mentioned that the director or secretary and/or the chair, in consultation with the vice chair, reserve the following rights to accept, reject, or modify such materials submitted by delegates. And modification would fall under compelled speech. There's also a section indicating if the delegate's speech, notes, and/or materials contain, or if the delegate begins to use language that, in the opinion of the chair, speak in a manner that may have the effect of offending any individuals or group of individuals' personal rights, including privacy and human rights, the chair may rule the delegation out of order and end the delegation without warning. And so I want to draw your attention to the term speak in a manner that may have the effect of offending any individuals or group of individuals' personal rights. So that's not even saying it would actually offend those rights, whatever that means, but just may, which in my opinion would give carte blanche to the chair to stop any delegation that the chair doesn't like. So I would posit that this might not even be constitutional and certainly isn't ethical and fair to delegates. And again, like I said, in a functioning democracy, I think it's really important to protect free speech and allow open dialogue.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of clarification? Seeing none. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of clarification to the staff? Are there any questions of clarification to the staff? No, seeing none. Madam Director, next item in the agenda, please.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section E, which are updates and information reports for trustees from receipt. E1A is the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report.
Trustee Sean Xavier. Are you there? No, he's
Thank you,
having-
Madam Chair.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, the only thing that I have to bring forward for this meeting is on September 18th, we have our fall general meeting coming up, happening in Hamilton. If any trustees have not currently registered for it, please message Michelle and hope you're able to attend on September 18th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any question to Trustee John Xavier? No? Okay, thank you. Next item.
Through the chair, E1B is the student voice report.
Through the chair, good evening, trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Nathan Nguyen, the student trustee for DPCDSB North.
My name is Kristen Belisi, the student trustee for DPCDSB South. We are very grateful to be here before you all today as we begin our term as student trustees representing the diverse and talented student body of DPCDSB, and we're very eager to present our first student voice report.
This year, we hope to increase elementary student voice and engagement while considering student well-being and additional educational experiences in diversity and equity. Some of the initiatives that we look forward to this year are hosting an elementary leadership conference in partnership with our mental health champions. Additionally, in an attempt to make the transition to high school easier, we hope to start a mentorship program connecting both elementary and senior high school students together.
We are excited to have our first Student Senate meeting on Thursday, September 21st, where we will meet with our Senate to discuss continuing projects from last year, as well as some of our goals for the upcoming school year. That concludes our first student voice report for the 2023-2024 school year, and we would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the student trustees?
Madam Chair, Mario.
Trustee Mario Pascucci?
To you, to the director, is it through normal process, these words and these items that are presented to us, work their way into our minutes? Is that
Through the
true?
chair, yes, the student voice report is entered into the minutes.
Excellent, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I just want again to welcome Kristen and Nathan for your first board meeting. Welcome. And thank you. I was not expecting a report, but you did have a report. Thank you.
Through the
Okay.
chair, EC is good news items.
Any good news items? I think it's too early. No, no good news yet, right? Our SOs, our good news is we've got new SOs and we've got principals in all of our schools. So that's our good news report, right? For all of us. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item in our agenda.
Through the chair, we have no items under section F, so we're moving to section G, which is updates and information reports from administration for receipt. On page 42 of your e-agenda is a report that identifies the result of the selection process for the 2023-2024. There's a typo in your agenda, Indigenous Student Trustee. So the Board of Trustees will recall that last year there was an approval for the addition of an Indigenous Student Trustee position. I do want to note that the successful student trustee was not able to be here this evening. Her name is Bailey Klein, and we will welcome Bailey Klein to the next meeting and swear her in. The report on page 22 reminds trustees of the agreed upon process that would be used to identify the qualifications and the procedures related to recruiting and supporting the Indigenous student trustee. That process included an expression of interest from those students who identify as an Indigenous student. And from those, the individuals that have identified, that then was fully vetted through our Indigenous Education Council at their June 2023 meeting. Bailey Klein was the only individual who expressed that interest. And the council members approved her candidacy unanimously. That concludes the report. I'm pleased to take any questions if you have any, but we do look forward to welcoming Ms. Klein to our student trustee table.
Thank you, Madam Director. We have questions from Trustee Daryl D'Souza, Trustee Stefano Pascucci. Anybody else? Let me know if you have any questions. So Trustee Daryl D'Souza, please start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under discussions on page 43, paragraph 1.4 of the GAP indicates that candidates from the Indigenous student trustee positions shall be identified through consensus by the Indigenous Education Council from among interested students who identify as First Nations, Métis, and/or Inuit. So my question is, if a student identifies as First Nation, Métis, and/or Inuit, why is it that the position shall be identified through consensus by the Indigenous Education Committee? So if the Indigenous Education Committee feels that one individual, even though being First Nations, Métis or Inuit, is not fit to be a trustee, can they then disqualify that student?
Through the
Because
chair,
that's what it
yes.
sounds like to me.
Through the chair, yes, that is the process that our Indigenous Education Council would play a role in vetting those individual students who are interested in the role. In the particular case this year, there was only one student, but that student was fully vetted and endorsed by the Indigenous Education Council.
Now, is this in the Education Act wherein the Indigenous Student Council or Indigenous Education Council has to make sure that they like the individual who's going to be representing the Indigenous community? Because it seems unfair to me.
Right. Through the chair, it's not articulated in the Education Act, but boards a number of years ago were required to establish what are called Indigenous Education Councils. And those Indigenous Education Councils is who we work with even to identify the plans for in-service, for speakers, anything to do with Indigenous education has to be vetted through that council.
So that's fine from an education perspective, but if an individual student identifies as First Nation, Métis, and or Inuit, and is interested in standing for the Indigenous Student Trustee position, and the Indigenous Education Council does not favor that individual student, then they have the right to disqualify that student, and I don't think that's a fair process.
Through the chair, that council plays a very important role. It's not about liking or disliking, it's about endorsing and confirming the indigeneity of the student. Because that student is going to speak on their behalf, on behalf of particularly Indigenous students within the board.
Correct. On behalf of Indigenous students, not necessarily on behalf of Indigenous Education Council.
Through the chair, this was the process that was agreed upon through our Indigenous Education Council. And this was the process that was brought to the trustees at the time when there was approval to add an additional student trustee.
Correct. And I clearly remember having stated that if a student identifies as First Nation, Métis, and or Inuit, then they should have the right to put their name forward. And the council should accept every First Nation, Métis, or Inuit child to stand for the Indigenous Student Trustee position.
Through the chair, that's correct. That every student who qualifies can put their name forward.
Correct, but then it has to be endorsed by this Education Council, which to me as a process sounds a little harsh. And I don't think it's fair to all the First Nations, Métis, and or Inuit students. I mean, that's just my thought. I'm not sure what my fellow trustees think about this process, but that's my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Director.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Out of curiosity, how many students applied for the position?
Through the chair, just one this year.
And how long was a nomination period open for? And I guess follow up.
Through the chair, it was open for a number of weeks in the spring.
Spring.
Yeah.
And it was, and to be a student trustee that is not Indigenous, it's well known throughout the school. Was it also advertised throughout the schools?
Through the chair, yes.
And then finally, just sort of a clarification, is Ms. Klein part of the student senate as well? Or is she, do you have to be part of the student senate to become a Indigenous student trustee? So you can be outside of the process then?
Through the chair, you can be outside the process to become a student trustee.
Then Madam Chair, just one follow-up question, if you don't mind. Does Ms. Klein or any future Indigenous student trustee have a position or have a spot on the Student Senate? Or are they going to be separate from the system?
Through the chair, yes, they will be there and they will be part of the Student Senate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the trustees on the Zoom? No? Okay, next item in the agenda, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section 8, which are administration reports that require action. I'd like to, at this time, turn it over to Council Beck to provide draft revisions to the procedural bylaw for trustees' consideration. And this is found on page 44 of your e-agenda.
Thank you. And through the chair, good evening, everyone. It's the time of year again where we bring the procedural bylaw to trustees for its annual review as required by the bylaw. Of course, trustees know that the bylaw can come forward anytime at your request. Pending any changes that trustees want made to the bylaw, through this report, staff are requesting that the bylaw be approved as amended and attached to the report. Please note that many of the changes do not affect the substantive meaning of the bylaw, but we have amended it to provide clarity by, for example, removing duplicates and or using more clear language. I can provide examples of those changes that aren't substantive following review of the substantive changes that are being proposed. The substantive changes made to the bylaw relate to committee membership, the agenda for meetings, delegations, and what happens at committee meetings. Section 5.4 on page 64 of the agenda. I'm just going to run through the substantive changes now. Section 5.4 on page 64 of the agenda used to have a list of items that would usually make up an agenda. The agenda section has now been moved to an appendix, which I will review shortly. We felt it was beneficial to distinguish between the agendas for meetings of the Board of Trustees, regular meetings of the Board of Trustees, in-camera meetings, special meetings, and committee meetings, because committee meetings do not require all of the items that appear in the agenda for Board of Trustees meetings. And the committee meetings also serve a different purpose. Section 6.7 on page 71 of the agenda clarifies security requirements for trustees who attend meetings electronically. It requires ensuring you are in a private, confidential space and for the location to be given to the recording secretary and keeping the camera on when possible. On page 73 of the agenda is Article 7, delegations. We added the requirement for the delegate to provide their verbatim speech, and if approved, we will amend the delegation form. We clarified that the chair and or the director, in consultation with the vice chair, reserve the right to accept or reject materials with as much notice as possible to the delegate and to decline delegations to ensure compliance, as mentioned by the delegate tonight, with policies and gaps in applicable laws, including those pertaining to privacy and human rights. The delegate did mention that the word modify was in the draft bylaw. The comparison that is in the agenda is a comparison to an old draft. So that is an error. And so if you refer to the pages that I'm actually referring to, you'll see that modify is not in there. So it's either accept or reject, not modify. It's important to note that what we've added here are rights of the Board of Trustees already. This is not new. We are simply articulating it in the bylaw so that it is highlighted for everyone. We added section D, which states that if the delegate uses language that speaks in a manner that may have an effect of offending an individual's or group of individuals' personal rights, including privacy and human rights, the chair may rule the delegation out of order and end the delegation. Again, that's nothing outside of what the Board of Trustees have the right to do anyway. Page 85 of the agenda deals with motions at committee meetings. We wanted to underscore the purpose of committee meetings. That is to allow for more free-flowing and broader discussion on matters than in Board of Trustee meetings. As trustees know, committees cannot make decisions. Only the Board of Trustees can. Committees, including committees of the whole, make recommendations to the Board of Trustees. And if those recommendations are approved by the Board of Trustees, then the decision is binding. Also, as you know, the only time the Board of Trustees can go in camera is for matters dealing with the Ombudsman. The rest of the time, it is the committees that go in camera and make recommendations to the Board of Trustees, which the Board of Trustees will deal with in open session. This is why when the Committee of the Whole goes in camera, it has to rise into public session as the Board of Trustees and report in open session. So in this new draft, we have clarified the following with respect to committee meetings. Motions to close or limit debate are not permitted. There's no limit to the number of times a trustee may speak on a matter. It is not necessary to address the chair before speaking. And a roll call vote or vote by ballot cannot be ordered in the Committee of the Whole, nor can a counted rising vote be ordered except by the chair. And that speaks to the quote unquote informality, or it's more informal than the Board of Trustees meeting and it meetings, and it allows for more free-flowing discussion. On page 89, we also clarified voting procedures at meetings to distinguish between a counted vote and a recorded vote. Every matter voted on by the Board of Trustees is disposed of by a counted vote. Votes are not recorded unless at least one trustee, which also includes a student trustee, requests it. This section also covers requests for division of the vote. And the student trustees section, it looks like it was removed. It was not removed, it was just moved. So there's no changes there. For the last substantive change on page 90, this is the new Appendix D, which deals with agendas. And remember, what's in this appendix is what should normally be in agendas. The Board of Trustees can make changes to that. The bylaw used to only speak to the agenda for Board of Trustees meetings, but there are fewer items that are necessary for committee meetings. For example, the following do not occur at committee meetings, and this has been clarified. Singing of the national anthem, pastor's remarks. Also for special meetings of the Board of Trustees, we clarified that there are no reports or questions asked of and by. We also clarified that for all agendas where relevant, there are no questions asked of trustees, but only by trustees. On page 56, I'm going backwards now to the less substantive changes. This deals with standing committees, and the only change there is that we refer to them as committees of the whole, just to clarify, just so people are aware that they are committees of the whole. Nothing substantive there. We also added on page 58 something that is already obvious, and that is that committee membership is subject to any sanctions that may be imposed on a trustee. On page 65, section 5.5, we added that generally items should not be added to the agenda of a meeting if possible, at a meeting if possible, so to ensure fairness to a trustee who has reviewed the published agenda and decided not to attend the meeting. It's to ensure fairness. So it is when possible. On page 66, again, these are the cleanup items where we made amendments to clarify things. On page 66, section 5.9, we changed it as it was viewed as too complicated regarding attendance when it could just be simplified by saying that while trustees may attend meetings electronically, a trustee may be required to attend in person if it's needed to follow legislative requirements. And that concludes my presentation of the changes, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Are there any questions? I know we have one.
I do, Madam Chair, it's Mary.
Trustee Stefano Pascucci, Trustee Bria Corbett, Trustee Mario Pascucci. Anybody else? Okay, let's start with trustees. Herman, do you have your hand up? Paula. Herman, is your hand up?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a question.
I have you on the list. And Paula, Trustee Paula DeBacho, Ivanazzi. Okay, let's start with Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Regarding electronic attendance in the meeting on page 66, is there anything out there that states within the Education Act? I know that we have to be here in person for board meetings and hybrid, if you want to call it, for committee meetings where the chair, the vice chair, a representative, and somebody from the board, director, associate director, whatever it is. Is there anything in there that states when a trustee cannot be, can be online and not present in person?
Through the chair, the recent changes to the regulation allows trustees to attend virtually if they so wish, or in person. The only stipulation is around the presence of the chair. The director is the recording secretary. Now, we can just clarify with the Education Act. I think it does I think it does make reference to the number of times that a trustee can attend remotely. It does limit the number of times that a trustee can attend remotely.
Sorry, let me just, for clarification of my question. So the clarification to your answer. So even though I am here currently residing in Mississauga, I could have attended this meeting at home.
Through the chair, that's correct. The regulation does allow that.
Thought it was different. We all have to be here in person for board meetings. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councilor Beck has her hand up.
If I may just, through the chair, if I may just add a comment. I purposefully did not put in reference to the regulation in the bylaw because it could change. And I didn't want to have to bring it back to you to consider over and over again. But I mean, we could add clarity in there to say what the current regulation says, and that we could say as may be amended or replaced, and that any changes that are made and are incorporated by reference into the bylaw. Like, we can do that so that it's set out clearly now. I mean, the chances of it changing, I don't see it changing in the near future. So we could put that in there because it does come back to the Board of Trustees at least annually. We could clarify in the bylaw what the rules are around electronic meetings and being able to attend remotely.
I guess it would be beneficial to have that information in the bylaw, because if we're bound by the Education Act, then it should show up in our bylaw as well. But that's just my thoughts on it. I'm not as well as we can be of anybody else.
To the chair, we can make that clarification. In regards to the regulation, it does make reference to the chair's ability to attend remotely if they live a certain distance from the board office, or they may have an illness or a challenge. But even in that regard, it still limits the number of times in which they can do that. There's no limit on the number of times that a trustee can attend a meeting remotely. So we can bring that clarification to the procedural bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good for now. I had a couple other questions, but I have to just formulate them. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Put me at the end of the list, please.
Thank you. Trustee Bria Corbett?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I did have a question of clarification regarding trustee Stefano Pascucci's point, but it got answered, so thank you. But I do have a couple points of my own. Page 71 of the e-agenda, section 6.7, where it says in-camera meetings are strictly confidential and shall not be. Could we add the word recorded? And shall not be disclosed to any person.
Through the chair, I'll make that change.
Thank you. Through the chair, second point, so page 74, section 7.1A, I agree with the inclusion of providing the speech verbatim, and I also support the revisions that were indicated in section 7.1D. Thank you very much.
Trustee Maria Pascucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the director, actually to council. Are we following the rules and regulations when it relates to the Ministry of Education and the Education Act in terms of how we handle our meetings or what we consider to be in camera, not in camera, et cetera? Can you give me an indication of how comfortable you are with that so that we are in fact following what is expected of us to do as elected officials?
Through the chair, I can share with confidence that you are following all the requirements of the Education Act in regards to your open session and in-camera session. We continue to enhance those processes to make sure that they are clear to the public as well. I would also share with you that the changes, especially around processes at committee meetings versus your regular board meetings, are aligned with Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you. Madam Sherry, and through you again, have we, one thing I didn't hear, and it could be my fault on this one, and probably is, I can tell you, the status of how many delegations we hear in an evening. I know that a number of years ago, we had one particular area of a school that, of a school that there was a lot of individuals wanted certain changes, et cetera. So we wanted to make sure, and I don't know if there's any language in there that not one group can occupy the entire microphone for that period of time without giving an opportunity to other people who have other issues that are critical to them. In other words, there's got to be balance. Have we addressed that in our discussion here?
Through the chair, your procedural bylaw does articulate the number of delegations, which I believe is 5.
Yes.
But you can always, trustees have always had the ability to suspend your bylaws. I think you might be referring to a number of years ago when we had the pupil accommodation review, and we had
Right.
like 67 delegations that evening. So you always have that opportunity to suspend your bylaws, but we haven't changed the number, typically the number of delegations that you would hear at any one time, which is 5.
Okay, great. The concern is that we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to address the trustees. Every committee and every board meeting is critical. Someone could say what they want to say, and we listen. We're a very consultative board. Some people might not find that to be that true, but we are a consultative board. So as a consequence of that, I want to make sure that we give balance to the people who have their concerns and not say one concern is better more than the other. Regarding the situation when it comes to discussing what's going to be on the agenda, where we make a recognition that the chair, through consultation with the vice chair, will make the decision. Am I correct when I say that?
Through the chair, in developing the agenda, trustees always have an opportunity to request items be put on the agenda. I think the procedural bylaw makes reference to, we would appreciate having that kind of information 10 days before the agenda is published. You also have the opportunity to add items to the agenda the night of the meeting, but that would have to be done through a simple majority vote. And again, it's out of respect for all fellow trustees that you've had opportunity to read through the agenda and be aware of what's going to be on the agenda. It also provides fairness as well for trustees that are going to be absent from the meeting. But we
Great.
do recognize from time to time that there might be a time-sensitive item that you weren't able to get onto the agenda in time. And so with the, simple majority approval of trustees, that could be added. But generally, the principle is that you try as much as possible to identify the items you want on an agenda well ahead of time. So all trustees have ample opportunity to prepare for the upcoming meeting.
Madam Chair, if I may ask the director to consider and directing staff, and it's her concern or her interest to this, I hope she would agree with this, but if we can somehow, we did this at the very beginning, where we said, okay, if the 10th day is this, does anybody want to put anything in the agenda? Can we put a reminder, an auto reminder that 10 days from a board meeting or a committee meeting, trustees can add something to an agenda just until we get into the rhythm, and then we can drop that particular piece. What I envision is that we get a very brief note saying, if you want to enter something, please contact ABC, and we will work to try to get it on the agenda, recognizing that we have the 48 hours, 72 hours, whatever it is in terms of requirement. Is that a possibility, Madam Director?
Through the chair, we can certainly put a reminder out. I would also say, though, that it's important to note that sometimes even a 10-day reminder, especially if you're asking for a significant report, that in consultation between the chair and myself and the vice chair, we may have to say that it's unrealistic for staff to prepare a significant report with 10 days notice.
I absolutely agree
To
with that.
that point,
Madam Director,
Trustee Bruno Yanika would like to comment to that point.
may I continue on with this point? Continue on this one. It's always a balance of, if I may, Madam Chair, I don't want to move forward until you say yes. I just want to continue this thought.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
To that point.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Bruno Yanika to make a comment.
I'll wait for
Madam
Bruno.
Chair,
I'll wait for
just
Sure.
to Mario's point, specifically to this point, my recollection is, I don't recall if I got an email from you, but I do recall receiving an email from the chair, again, whether it was you or previous chair, Hoban, that asked, it didn't go just to me, like I'm special, but I'm not that
Everybody.
special. But, everybody got it and said, if there's anything that you want to put in the agenda, let me know. So that's a practice that we already, was in place. I don't know, I haven't seen it recently, but I do recall seeing it monthly. And so it's not a practice that we don't do already. And it was at the beginning. I don't recall the exact timing of it. I'll be very honest with you, but I do recall seeing that point, that request that Trustee Mario Pascucci is making.
Yeah, Bruno, to you, if I may, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Bruno, I think I stepped over you. May I continue? Bruno, it was actually, it was brought forward by the current director when she first came in. And I remember reaching out to the community, the trustees, and say, is there anything you want? You were correct in your thinking that. It was put forward by the director, and it was a great idea, and it is a great idea, because this gives us more opportunity to address issues within a meeting. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Mario?
I have another question, but I'll wait until if you want to go to Daniel Stefano, I think.
You want me to put you at the bottom of the list again?
Yes, please, just to be fair to everybody.
All right, thank you. Trustee Herman Beloria?
Am I
Yeah, it's your turn.
okay? Through you, Madam Chair, I have a question of clarification regarding the delegation, where it says they are supposed to submit a verbatim presentation, which will then be presented verbatim at the actual delegation. Is that the way I understand it?
Through the chair, yes.
And how strictly is this going to be enforced? Because that means word for word.
Through the chair, it would be strictly enforced.
By strictly, you mean, as I said, word for word? Where a word
Yes.
is Okay,
Through the chair, if I may, the intent of asking for the verbatim speech is so it can be reviewed to ensure that it complies with all the policies and procedures, any kind of legislative law in which the board has to operate, the corporate board has to operate. And if there's something in that needs to be addressed ahead of time with the delegate, then it's an opportunity to have that conversation with the delegate.
so this would then be delivered verbatim and will not allow for any extemporaneous comments.
Through the chair, that would be the intent. We do ask delegates to provide their presentations and their speeches ahead of time.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you. Mario, Trustee Mario, do you have a comment to this effect?
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I have another comment on another issue, but I'll wait. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Paula?
I thank you through the chair. Regarding Article 7 under B, my agenda reads to accept, reject, or modify such materials. I don't agree with modifying things, so I think Madame Beck told us that that wording would not be in there. So mine still says modify, so I don't agree with that. Also, Article 7D, I disagree with that because where it states, in the opinion of the chair, speak in a manner that may have the effect of offending any individual or group. I think that should not be a part of this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you for those comments. I can confirm that modify is not part of the new draft. So when the comparison, the red line comparison that's in the agenda, compares the new draft to the current bylaw to an old draft. So if you look at the clean copy, modify is not in there. And so that is out. You can rest assured that it's not in there. There's no modification allowed. Secondly, with regard to the wording in D about language may have the effect of offending, that's because it hasn't yet offended versus if it hasn't been spoken, so it has not yet offended the individuals. But it may be such that it's very obviously would offend an individual or group of individuals.
Paula?
Thank you for the clarification.
Sorry. So are you good, Paula?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno Ionica?
Madam Chair, just with regards to the response given to trustee on page 74, item D by staff, is that when we talk about when staff talks about offending, is that that would include calling somebody a specific name of that nature? Am I assuming that correctly? Assuming is always another factor, but.
Through the chair, perhaps I need to propose different wording. Maybe if the language may be seen to be hate speech or is prejudicial or discriminatory, maybe we should change it to using those terms instead of offending.
Yeah, because when the chair reads to the delegation what the rules of engagement are, if and I'll paraphrase for the sake of an argument. If the delegate uses names, places, specific staff, you will be asked to stop. We will go in camera and you can use it there. If, and, you know, for me, when I read this, if I'm going to call so-and-so a specific, maybe a derogatory name or acted in an asinine way, quote unquote, it would be offensive, but could I do that in camera? Because then it's only staff, it wouldn't necessarily be the general public. But to describe the manner in which staff member, a teacher, a trustee acted, that's kind of what I'm trying to get to in that, because to me, you know, when Paula spoke of it, I thought, geez, I mean, there's been times where I know previously as chair, as vice chair, and all of my colleagues have had some situation where we do get the notes of the person, and we recommend these items can't be said, or we have to go in camera. They either change it or they don't. Their option is theirs, or we go in the camera for that specific delegation. The clarity of this would be to the conversation or the suggestions that you made might clarify it for a variety of people, and especially for me.
Through the chair, we can propose new language to put more parameters around it to address Trustee D'Amato Giovanozzi's concern that maybe it allows for very broad judgment of what constitutes, you know, may offend. What does that offend look like? Just for clarity, though, where you may ask a delegate to go on camera, it's because, and we had to work through that one actually last spring, in reviewing the notes or the speech that the delegate wanted to bring forward, there was reference or in those notes that would make it abundantly clear that you would be able to identify an individual staff member at a school. And so in consultation with that particular delegate, it was either your choice is that you're going to go in camera. We would still allow for that delegation to happen, but because it would disclose personal information about a staff member, a student, a parent, a trustee, then the advice to the delegate is to say you absolutely you can delegate, but that's going to have to take place in camera. But if the delegate says, I don't want to go in camera, I will modify. And that's in fact what happened. The delegate himself decided to modify his speech in such a way that it wasn't going to identify persons, etc. But that's distinct from the delegate's speech that may contain content that is not in line with our requirements around protecting all of our employees, all of our students, etc., especially in regards to our code of conduct or the Human Rights Code or any other legislative framework. So we could work with that language to make it that very specific. And I think, you know, the reference that I would make is that, and I want to make it clear as well, this in no way is intended to compromise individuals to be able to come and delegate and speak about Catholic moral teaching, church teaching, catechism, etc. That is not the intent of that. The intent is to avoid any sort of broad characterizations of groups, especially that might be protected under the Human Rights Code, by portraying the entire group of an entire group of having certain characteristics. So I'm going to turn to Superintendent Stephanie Strong to perhaps suggest some language. If we're not able to land on it tonight, we can certainly take the procedural bylaw back and work on something that might be more, that might be reflective of the current concerns that have been referenced here this morning or this evening. I'll also want to give some thought to what Trustee Valoria was saying around the verbatim that you know, it's that doesn't stop during the Q&A period from a delegate to speak free will, but the intent is really for us to have an indication ahead of a delegation of what they intend to speak, and really to work with them to ensure that it's not going to go down a path of providing language that would be offended through making broad characteristics about groups or individuals. But we can work on that as well for clarification in response to Trustee Valoria's query as well.
Madam Chair, I don't know if Superintendent Strong needs another minute, but I have another question on, well, just, I'm not sure. I don't know if she wants to speak on that one item, but I would also not want the entire thing to come back to us, but except for that phrase, if we don't land on something this evening. I mean, it would just hold it up. But if Superintendent Strong is ready, but I do have another question on another issue raised by my colleagues.
Thank you. Through the chair, some of the language that I would suggest, perhaps, we would speak to infringing upon the rights of others. We would speak to language that would abstain from obscenity, any sort of defamation. So we can stick to language that speaks to code-related language, respecting the rights of others, as long as we don't infringe upon the rights of others. And I'm certainly happy to work with Council back.
Trustee Mario.
I'm not
no,
finished.
sorry.
I have another question. Madam
Okay.
Chair, just with respect to delegations, I've always, in the 32 years now of being a trustee, I've always thought that the delegation was a mutual respect of talking, listening, and then trustees talking and presentation, listening. I always thought it was a mutual respectful thing that the board did. And I always thought that we did do it, because I will tell you, there are some times when somebody makes specific comments as if we're a bunch of bumbling idiots. I just kind of listen and move forward, and away we go. But I always thought the delegation was a mutual respect conversation of talking and listening from both sides. Having said that, Trustee Pascucci made a point that I am not clear on, and I need clarification on the number. I know that the number of delegations was set by the Board of Trustees to 5, which can be changed by the Board of Trustees should they desire to do so that particular night. I believe the question that Trustee Mario Pascucci asked that made me ask this question is, let's assume that a school, and I'll use an arbitrary school of this board that I represent, St. Catherine of Siena comes, they're going to get 10 portables for the sake of an argument. The parents don't like it, so they come to delegate, and 50 of them register, but we only accept, say, 10 for the sake of an argument. But yet there's another school within this board that has other issues as well that they would like to delegate on. But only one delegate comes, but they're speaking for multiple parents. Is it a first come, first serve, or first register, first get? Or is it, you want to have 50 delegations? I've got one, but I have 50 people. How would that work in this process? Or is there anything in this bylaw, which I didn't see, that would address that? Or is it, as it is today, my assumption, first come, first serve?
Through the chair, it is. We receive the delegations and put them on the agenda in the order, so the date stamp in which they have been received. So it is quite conceivable, to your point, that, you know, if your first 5 that come forward are all from the same school on the same topic, and then others come forward on a different topic, then the trustees have a couple of choices. Do you want to suspend your bylaws and allow all those delegations to be heard, which is what you've done in the past? Or do you move that delegation to the next meeting? So after you've reached your threshold of 5, do you move the delegation, the 6th or 7th or 8th to the next meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. To that point, trustee Stefano Pasquale.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, to this point, to trustee Brunica's points, just point of clarification, you mentioned, Madam Director, that you would be able to suspend our procedure bylaws to allow additional. But we wouldn't be able to actually do that unless we're sitting as a committee or as a board of trustees. So it would be actually after the fact, correct?
Through the chair, if you look at 1F, it's a provision within the bylaw that the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary or the director can approve delegations in excess of 5 if they comply with section 7. So you don't necessarily, I believe when we were doing the PAR, we actually suspended bylaws because there were so many. But in this particular case, in this particular article, the consultation between the chair, the vice chair, and the director, even though there's 5, the authority has been given to those individuals to allow more delegations to occur beyond 5.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you. Clarified. Thank you.
Trustee Mario Pascucci.
I can assure Trustee Pascucci that in the past, the chairs are not there to stop any presentations or what have you. We're just try to streamline. And as a board, we tend to do a very good job of that in terms of streamlining the number of people we listen to. But that was put in the vice chair, it was before your time, Stefan, that we said the chair should not just be the only one who makes the decision. That's why they're in consultation with the vice chair as well. And that is political decision in terms of the two political, maybe not the right word. The 2 trustees are the ones that are going to be determining with input from the director in terms of requirements. That's the way I remember it. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Director. Does that make sense of what I said just a moment ago?
Through the chair, that's correct. And that's how it has been articulated in the procedural bylaw, that it's a consultation with the chair, the vice chair, and the director as to whether or not, like, let's say you have 8 delegations.
Yes.
And the chair, the vice chair, and the director can consult and say, yes, we'll allow all 8 delegations. But let's say you have, 60 delegations for one meeting. I would suspect if that scenario was presented to us, that would be something we'd come to the Board of Trustees around. And in that case, you are suspending your bylaws at a meeting to determine whether or not you want to hear 50.
Right. But as you've said in the past, these are trustee meetings. I appreciate that comment. I really do. Thank you. If I may, Madam Director, just a couple, Madam Chair, regarding, through you to council, regarding votes and recorded votes and non-recorded votes. We've just recently taken on a new practice where in camera, there's recorded votes, which frankly, I don't see a problem with personally. But is there any issue or discussion within these minutes on that issue? Madam Chair, Madam Council.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. The bylaw attempts to distinguish between the two about what is a recorded vote versus what is counted. Thank you. What is a counted vote?
Yes.
But doesn't go much further than that. Is it the will of the trustees to expand on that?
The chair, if I might as well, like Robert's rules would suggest that you don't really record votes. You just record the count. There are times when, typically the practice is that when you're voting on motions, it's through raising your hands. All those in favor, all those opposed. Robert's rules talks about something called calling for a division of a question, and that is when hands have been raised and a trustee might have suspected that maybe it was so close and done so quickly that they're unsure of the accuracy of the vote. And that's when you're calling for division of a question, where then you have, trustees all stand up to make it more visible in terms of whether they approve or are not in favor of the motion. The trustees also, though, have had a practice, and that's an appropriate practice, of sometimes trustees will ask for a recorded vote so that the actual minutes will show and will name how every trustee is voted. And that isn't changed. That has not changed in the proposed revisions to the procedural bylaws that are before you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Director, I have one other question, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I can't recall the question that's all of a sudden. It's regarding the idea of recorded votes, what have you, but, oh yes, I remember now. When you said that the student trustees can call a recorded vote. If that's true, then how does it get disposed of? And how would it be reported within the minutes that come out of that meeting? Question, because there's no, well, I'll leave it at that. Madam Director, how would you see it? If I'm
Through the
asking.
chair, student trustees have the opportunity to ask for what is a non-binding vote. And that's an opportunity for student trustees to say, on this particular motion, I would like a non-binding vote in which the student trustees themselves can vote. But it really is non-binding and it has no effect. It's really more symbolic for our student trustees to be able to say, I want to demonstrate how I feel about this motion that is being deliberated upon. And when they ask for that non-binding vote, then they become part of the voting procedure and that gets recorded in the minutes. But then subsequent to that, trustees enter into the same motion with only elected trustees.
Right. Okay, if I may suggest, Madam Director, in light of, Madam Chair, sorry, in light of what's been happening, there's a conversation, very good conversation. Can we ask this to be brought back in its entirety? We can take a look at it again at committee level.
Through the chair, I think that's a good idea. I think that, I think we want to take back some of the concerns that were brought forward by some of the trustees around the language that's being used and see if we can refine that to give trustees more confidence in how their procedural bylaws articulate what it is the intent is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so move, Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Director, Madam Chair, so move that this item be brought back to committee for discussion and bring back to the next board meeting or whatever the.
Through the chair, motion is not required.
Yeah.
We would just,
Okay,
you're
done.
just not going to pick up the motion and we'll record it in the minutes.
Madam Director, we have another hands up there. Trustee Bruno Yanika.
Well, then I'm going to withdraw mine
Once
until.
this is said and done, I have a quick question.
Okay. Mario, are you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We don't need to do a motion. Oh, I
That's
see.
right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Director.
Don't need to do a motion. Okay, so we have a question from Trustee Bruno Yanika.
Just from a clarification perspective, if I am at home, whether it's committee or board, my recollection is that we must be on camera the entire time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the procedural bylaw identifies that ideally you should be on camera, but if you want it more clearly articulated, I think especially when there's a vote, I think it is important that individuals that are calling in virtually are on camera for those votes.
I mean, I attend in person because Bruno, get more out of being here in person and listening to my colleagues. Because when I was at home, there was a particular week I wouldn't make it out of the house, period. But I found that I was lost. And I listened and my mind was there. I heard everything, I read everything, but it just wasn't the same. And so if I come in and out, I find that when it comes to a vote, it's not fair to the vote. So my recollection was that, and I may be wrong, is that if you're at home, and you should be on camera as if you were here.
Through the chair, we can add some clearer language to that. And I would use the analogy of if any trustee that is physically present in the boardroom at this time were to get up and exit the boardroom, it would be noted that you've exited the meeting, the time you've exited the meeting. And then when you return, it will identify when you've returned. So in the procedural bylaw, we could articulate that if you're joining virtually, we could say if there were extenuating circumstances and you needed to turn your camera off for a few minutes or whatever, but at minimum, they should be letting anybody calling in virtually needs to let the recorder know whether or not you actually have had to not only turn off your camera, but exit the virtual meeting for some reason, so that can also get recorded. So we can work on that language so that it could be assumed that if you're turning off your camera, you either have a responsibility to tell the recorder, I need to absent myself from this meeting for a few minutes. I will let you know when I'm back, and treat it that way so that it's consistent in terms of ensuring that trustees at all times are present and participating in the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
To this point, Madam Chair,
Sorry, Mario, what'd you
to this
say?
point,
Okay, to this point.
yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you very much. I turned mine on off. Basically, nobody wants to see just someone just looking at a screen maybe, but I'm glad, and moving forward, we'll have it on. But we'll have a situation, I'm sure, from time to time, if anybody calls in from overseas or from cottage country, the connection may be bearable at best. And so we got to make sure we make it an allowance for that. Basically, we all submit our, we all have great internet connection, but there will be places and pockets where we're entertaining, we're moving, we're not going. We could be in a car in transit, trying to get here on time. So you're actually going through, we're driving here, that you have the camera on, et cetera. Those are the kind of things that we'd have to look at. So that was my comment. Thank you very much.
Yes, through the chair, we will ensure that we will identify that there may be extenuating circumstances in which the cameras can't be on at all times, but also the responsibility of the trustee to ensure that the recorder is made aware of that.
That is a very good, and we could put that note in the chat, I guess, if we have to as well.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
So, Madam Director, we're not approving this motion. It will be brought back at the committee level.
Through the
Right.
chair, yes, we can bring it back through committee and then it'll eventually get to October board or September board.
Great, thank you. So we don't have notices of motion, no additional business. We're now in item K, questions asked of and by trustees. So are there any questions?
Question, Madam Chair.
Okay, 1 second. So I have Bruno.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
No. All right, who's that? Mario?
Yes.
Paula? Is that Paula? And is that Sean? Sorry, I can't see you. So,
Yes,
Silvan.
that's me.
Okay, so Trustee Ayanika, please start.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Darryl.
With school starting in a couple of weeks, and the most conversation I ever have at the beginning of the year is always about one thing and one thing only. And I'm not special in that. I think there's 11 trustees and each superintendent of family of schools has the same conversation, maybe the same people, and it's all about busing. I'm not going to ask a busing question other than with the fiasco that is on Here Ontario, because from Dundas and Here Ontario, Matheson and Here Ontario, I have to pack a lunch because it's ridiculous. And it is ongoing, ridiculous, the length of time that is taking to build a track up a road. In regards to the transportation routes, have they been reworked to the best of staff's ability to avoid the monstrosity of what everyday drivers are feeling. And now I have a bus full of kids dealing with the same thing.
Superintendent Thomas?
Thank you. Good evening. Through the chair, I would certainly acknowledge that the construction along Huron-Ontario for the LRT is posing a significant challenge. There's absolutely no question about it. STOPR has been working, even back to last year, they were working around the challenges caused by traffic congestion. And Trustee Ionika is absolutely correct in terms of the length of delays that are caused. STOPR is currently working on routing alternatives, which may use parallel streets, neighboring streets that could potentially intersect with Huron-Ontario as ways around. In some cases, they are effective. In other cases, a lot of the other traffic that wants to avoid Huron-Ontario has also chosen those alternate routes. So to the best of the ability of STOPR in terms of scheduling different times and routes, they will absolutely pursue all alternatives. However, I believe it would be only fair to indicate that we should be anticipating congestion-related delays. But where they occur, we will try to minimize them.
Has the board or transportation incurred any additional cost because of, if I can't get down the road to serve two schools, right? I can't get to one school in time, and now I can't get to the other one definitely in time. Has STOPR looked and said, we can't do this in the amount of time that we have. We need another bus. Is any additional costs being incurred?
Through the chair, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of additional vehicles having had to be inserted to accommodate or to address those delays. I'll take that back to STOPR to see if there have been any specific instances, but to the best of my knowledge, the resulting effect of the traffic congestion has just been delays.
Okay. And lastly, Madam Chair, on the same subject, the report that we will get in September, October on delays, is there any way that staff can indicate, I'll use the one that's always on the list, St. Sophia. I mean, it's not a secret. It's that staff can identify what the percentage of delays are because of the traffic? I know it's a pie in the sky, Superintendent, but if we know the schools that we go to have this conversation, and we say, well, I go to St. Jerome for the sake of an argument, and they say, well, the bus is late every day. Well, I can say, what's late every day because of the LRT. I have an answer to that concern. And I can explain that we do everything that we possibly can and so on and so forth. But those of us that have schools that are directly affected, we may need that bit of information when we go to council meetings to have this conversation and to respond to our parents as well as the admin staff.
Through the chair, absolutely, we'll take that back, and I'll request that STOPR working with the school bus operators who service those routes and try their best to collect data on the amount of delays, the amount of time, additional time on those routes as a result of the traffic congestion along Huron-Ontario. It may not be precise to the minute in every case, but we'll at least be able to see patterns. And I think we'll be able to report back on those patterns.
If you're precise to the minute, can you send me 7 numbers, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Pascucci thinks he was next.
Okay.
But ladies first. Through the chair. So I have a number of questions this evening, but I want to be respectful of my colleagues' time. So if I can ask maybe 2 questions and then I can be added to the bottom of the list, that would be much appreciated. First question is regarding the Get Ready program for grade 9 students. Over the last few years, I've raised feedback again and again from our students and our parents about the need for program improvements with the Get Ready program and an opportunity for parents to be surveyed about their thoughts on how we can inform that process. We do have a Get Ready program being offered next week across our secondary panel. Are there any updates, program improvements that can be shared at this time?
Through the chair, the Get Ready program was reviewed and was rewritten this summer, and there is plans to survey the parents to assess the effectiveness and implementation of the program.
Thank you very much. It is much appreciated. I look forward to the survey results. Through the chair, my second question is regarding the mental health curriculum. So starting in September for grades 7 and 8 students, the mental health curriculum is being aligned with the health and physical curriculum. And funding is anticipated to continue now at $114 million for, I'm looking at Associate Director Emerald's facial expressions. Reportedly 500% higher from 2019 with some additional supports. Do we have an idea of what this actually means for Duffer and Peel?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the $114 million that you talk about, that's across the province. That's not the Duffer and Peel portion. But we will be implementing the curriculum for grades 7 and 8, and it'll be made available on one of the upcoming PA days. You may also know that there has the changes to regulations through Bill 98 is requiring boards to be more explicit around what's happening on PA days. So that will be transparently reported. We continue to employ 11.5 mental health workers in some of our schools to support students with the Tier 3 elevated mental health needs. There was an increase of 2 people from the past years, and our mental health and well-being leads continue to work with schools to implement the Tier 1 school-wide well-being strategies. Our mental health and well-being secondary champions, which were actually in the building today to receive some in-servicing. They're going to further uplift school-wide well-being initiatives for students by students, and the support service and clinic teams continue to respond to the Tier 2 students and intervene where needed to help stabilize and promote positive well-being.
Thank you, Madam Director and staff, and Madam Chair, if I can be added to the bottom of the list. Thank you.
Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would always be women's, ladies first, so thank you. The couple of questions here. Just regarding school bus, and it's not a question about school buses, but more the school bus safety. I don't remember what meeting it was, but we received a presentation from Stop Bar with that really cool bus with the red arrows and the green arrows beside it and everything else. It was all about where to cross and where to look and so on and so forth. Can we ensure that that information gets out to parents before school starts?
Through the chair, we can absolutely do that.
Thank you. It's not just for our kids, but for all kids. Regarding Chipmunk, the tracking app, is that up and running or is that still a pilot phase?
So through the chair, the Chipmunk app will continue to remain in a pilot phase for now. We just really, or Stop Our, was only able to implement it across about 20 or so schools by the end of last school year. They'd like to try and continue to roll it out in a gradual way and make sure that it's running effectively without any hiccups before it's rolled out system-wide. There are still some areas of refinement that need to occur with making sure that it's running smoothly. So it won't be system-wide just yet. We're hoping to have that implemented in the course of the coming school year.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, is just because the school buses don't have GPSs on it, or is it just like a quirks within programming?
Through the chair, all the buses do have GPS. The issue is more about trying to ensure that if there were changes to the driver on any particular vehicle, let's say the assigned driver was absent, a replacement or substitute driver had to take on that route, that they make sure that they're attributing the correct driver to the correct vehicle and the correct route, so that the GPS can accurately track that and convey that information to the user of the Chipmunk app. That's one of the issues. There are a few others, but that's the primary issue that they're dealing with right now.
Yeah, the last thing we want is to have somebody in South Mississauga get a delay notice because school buses in Caledon. So thank you. Can we also finally on this point here question, can we get a list of the schools that have it rolled out already, put in issues and events?
Through the chair, we can do that. Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a couple more questions. I'll ask one more and then I'll be put together on this if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Or actually a comment or request. Can we ensure that the messaging that we have on our schools regarding COVID measures are up to date? So make sure we don't have any posters from 2021 up there. Like if you've traveled for 14 days, there's one school that I know of, and I can take this offline, that it says that parents are not welcome, are not allowed in the schools. I can take it off. I can take it off offline and speak to whoever wants to speak about it.
Yes, we would appreciate if we could have that follow up with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you put me in the list, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mario Pascucci. Herman, I have you on the list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. A couple quick questions. The very first one regarding non-board funds. We had an issue a number of years ago regarding non-board funds. Madam Director, can we find out what the status is on that right now, if there's any concerns we should have? Because that was sort of a difficult time for a lot of people. I suspect everything's back to normal. That's what I expect. Is it possible to do something on that?
To the chair, yes, we could either put an update in issues and events, if that would suffice the trustee, or bring something.
Yeah,
to
that's perfect. Madam Chair, Madam Director, that's excellent. I mean, I don't want to make work project, but at the same time, I like some data, but I do appreciate that. And I was thinking they could probably take 6 to 8 weeks to accumulate that because new school councils have to get together and all that kind of stuff. Second point, Madam Chair, through you to the director. I was listening to a radio station, I'll keep nameless at this point, and I mentioned it to the chair, the director already. And there was a commercial on saying, if you do this, you get this, and each teacher will get an extra amount of money, whatever. It was like a competition, which is fine. It's a marketing move, etc. But this falls on a complex question I asked a number of years ago and still haven't received anything because it is such a complex issue. How would you track it? It's not really important. I mean, where I'm trying to get to is this. From a marketing perspective, how many companies are out there saying, we donate X to schools in your neighborhood, therefore please take us on and give us whatever, and we'll be happy to support the community school or whatever. And the question is that what schools do we have that received money through a marketing initiative? Again, I'm not saying it's a bad move on the marketing side. It's obviously part of recognition and all that kind of great stuff. But the thing is, at the end of the day, is that I want to make sure they're not using our schools as an advertising medium. And that's where I'm trying to get away from. And I don't know how it would work. Madam Director, through you, Madam Chair. Madam Director, do you have an idea on something like this or how we can handle something like this?
Well, through the chair, first of all, we have a general administrative procedure that doesn't allow for taking money and then advertising for certain companies. But having said that, we can attempt, and this would take us some time, we can attempt to try and gather information from schools to get a sense of whether or not they're receiving support from community organizations, for example, for food programs or other kinds of initiatives that happen in the school, if that's what the trustee is looking for.
Yeah, what I'm saying, yes, the short answer is yes. And the thing is that I know that years ago, the people wanted to put in billboards, or not billboards, little bus signs, if you will. We should, whatever the initiative of the day is, et cetera. Yeah, I like to find out. My concern is that which schools are getting them. Are they the schools that need it, which is great, as opposed to schools that don't have the the momentum, the sophistication when it comes to communicating with somebody, how to get this stuff. I want to make sure all schools are treated equally. And that's the main concern. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we can work on something that will respond to that.
Great. Madam Chair, I'm going to leave in a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. My battery is low, so I got to go plug it in. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a few more on the list. So we have Trustee Paula, D'Amato Giovanazzi, Trustee Sean Xavier, Trustee Daryl D'Souza, and Trustee Herman Villoria. Then we'll go back to the ones who asked to go back on the list. So Trustee Paula.
Thank you. And through the chair, my question is regarding summer school. So just when me and my siblings were going to school way back many moons ago, my siblings, a couple of them attended summer school, and there was certain bus stops like downtown Bolton or downtown Caledon East, or there was, random bus stops, and you'd have to be there early in the morning to get bused there and back. And so my children did not attend summer school. They had private tutors. So I wasn't aware of anything regarding summer school up until recently. I received a number of complaints over the last 2 or 3 months regarding summer school. So my confusion is there anything online, or are they all in person? I wanted to know, so I know back in the day, Dufferin and Caledon did not have schools providing summer school courses. And I was hoping that we should have enough demand for it at this point. I was inquiring if we can host some summer school courses in our area. And if not, I wanted to ask, can there be random bus stops like there was way back in the day? Can it be online? I just have a bunch of questions, and the students are very stressed out about it. I get calls from parents saying, my child was so stressed out because they wanted to take the summer school course, they wanted to be in good standing to go into post-secondary, etc. And the kids are under a lot of pressure and stress already. And I found that this summer school, lack of summer school, it was causing extra stress for the students in my area. And I just wanted to get an understanding of how summer school works in this area and how it can work. And if we could even send a survey out to the parents in our area, asking them if they are interested in attending summer school, so that we can help and service them. Because a lot of them, they don't live in town, they live out of town, and it's hard for them to get their kids back and forth during the summer months while they're at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee D'Amato Giovanazzi. You brought up a number of concerns, some of which we're aware of as well. Just generally, there was an offering of in-person and virtual, but we also know that not all students necessarily want to attend virtually if they don't have to. Their preference is for in-person. We also know that geographically, that it poses a bit of an issue for students, especially in the areas that you represent. So I'd ask for you to allow staff maybe to have an off conversation with you to get more details around what those concerns were. You've raised some good suggestions around surveying and seeing whether or not in future years we're able to provide better service to students who live in the Caledon, Dufferin, Orangeville, Bolton areas. Just generally in the past, we haven't found necessarily enough interest to warrant having it up in those schools, but we do need to look for a solution because it could be an equity issue for individuals in certain geographic areas in our board that you represent.
Thank you.
Okay, are you done, Paul? Okay, good. Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first call is actually in regards to busing. It's an issue that many trustees do face throughout their schools districts as well, and it's primarily about courtesy ridership. When we're looking into this, actually, I had this question last year as well. When it came to courtesy ridership, we usually get back only to our parents who have been put into their wait list mid-October. Is there any way we could look into speeding up that process closer to the end of September or something of that sort to get these students on buses? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we have historically in the past where, I mean, I know trustees understand that in the beginning of the year, there's a lot of settling, right, of new enrollments, transportation routes, etc. But where we have confidence that everything has settled and there is ample space on the bus, we have tried to accelerate that. So we will continue to do that, but Trustee Xavier, we couldn't necessarily make a broad statement to say, oh, you know, our commitment is the third week in September, we're going to start entertaining courtesy ridership. That might be the case for some school communities, but not for others. But where we're able to, we will.
Thank you, Madam Director. This, as I know, I totally understand that, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that staff do in regards to this. As long as we can kind of look into speeding up, if we can look into speeding up the process closer to an earlier date, that'd be appreciated. The next question through you, Madam Chair, is in regards to the RFP process that we had earlier in the year for cafeterias. I just wanted to get an update in regards to the outcome of how that RFP process went. Through you, Madam Chair.
Superintendent Cheripaca can respond.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, good evening, everyone. The RFP for the cafeteria services concluded back in June, and the award was sent to 3 providers across all of our schools, which is different than last year where we had only 1 cafeteria provider servicing all schools. So for 23-24, we have 3 providers across 4 different zones of schools, and we look forward to a successful year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Cheripaca. Other than that, those are just my questions. I just wanted to apologize that my camera's off. I'm in cottage country and the internet is bad whenever I turn it on, so my apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Daryl D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, my first question is, I believe a year ago, we received a report on legal expenses by a lawyer and the comparison to previous years. So wondering if we could get something coming out again this year, and if that could be a regular reporting that happens annually or twice a year. Through you, Madam
Chair. Oh, sorry. Through the chair, that report is forthcoming. It's coming up in September.
Right.
For legal expenses and also the portfolio as well.
Thank you, Council Beck. And my second question is, I believe St. Leonard's is ready to be occupied this month. However, I was informed by the superintendent that a couple of portables would not be ready by the beginning of the school year. So can the superintendent just clarify as to where will those students be accommodated?
Thank you for the question, Trustee D'Souza. Just to clarify, I believe the question you're asking regarding portables it pertains to a different school, not necessarily to St. Leonard. Just looping back to St. Leonard, the current plan is for the restoration of the existing building to be finally completed by the end of August. In fact, much of the work is now about just cleaning the school and putting final touches on to into the original building to get it ready for September. The addition for the 4 classrooms, the 4 classroom addition. The construction of that part of the project will begin this fall with an anticipated completion date of early 2024.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, with respect to the school with the portables, I believe Trustee D'Souza is referring to St. Daniel Comboni.
Oh, yes.
And I believe if you have any questions on that specifically, please connect with Superintendent Peel, who would be able to assist with the specifics on the accommodation arrangements for the pupils until the time that the portables are set up. Yes, the students will be accommodated.
Thank you, Matthew. Now, with regard to the 4 additional classrooms at Leonard's, that's going to take time to get ready. But do we have enough space to accommodate the existing capacity of Leonard's?
Through the chair, yes. And again, I would probably defer to Superintendent Brunton if you have specific questions with respect to the accommodations that will take place at the school. But yes, everybody will be accommodated.
Thank you.
Are you good?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Herman Viloria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question regarding the filling in of the vacancies at the administrative level of principal and vice principal at the secondary and at the elementary level. Have they all been filled?
Through the chair, they haven't. We're still working on it. We have hopes that they're all going to be filled by September, but they're not necessarily going to be filled with permanent. We are relying on retirees, but there are a few schools that we're still working to get retirees for. The supervisory officers, that if your schools or if the schools that trustees represent are impacted by that, you can anticipate supervisory officers reaching out to you in the coming days.
Okay, with regard to filling in with retirees, are they allowed back? Is it back to 50 days or has the extension to 95 days been extended?
Through the chair, it's only 50 days. And this is something that we continue to raise a concern at whatever venues we can, either through the teleconferences that the chairs have with the minister on a regular basis, certainly through code. Wherever we've had that opportunity, we've raised the concern about cutting that back. But to your question, it's back to 50 days.
50 days. So how many retirees do you expect to call then at the secondary level and at the elementary level to fill in vacant positions?
Through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have that exact number for you. We can put it in issues and events.
Okay.
The number of retirees that we're using at the secondary level, what position, whether it's a VP, it's typically VP positions, and the number at elementary. We can provide that information through issues and events.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Herman. Going back to the second round of questions, Trustee Bria Corbett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Regarding the new language curriculum, starting in September, has the ministry provided our board with information on the new curriculum specifically for parents? And have we provided anything to parents or how they can access that information?
Through the chair, there are parent resources that have been created by the Ministry of Education. And we have the website for that. So through our communications department and to all the trustees as well, we'll provide the URL for that website. We'll also share it through all the schools.
Thank you. Through the chair, regarding the online learning requirements. So our secondary students are required to have 2 online learning courses in order to graduate. Something that's come forward to me was that our schools, they've been collecting the opt-out forms for students. We know that, but the schools themselves, the administrators, the staff have not received any direction on how to transfer that information into the student report card. So what the student sees on their report card is that there's 0 for online courses on their report card, and certainly the grade 12s that just graduated were quite anxious that they didn't have the 2 that were mandated by the ministry, although the schools figured out a way to deal with it. But my question is, do we have any information for schools, the staff, on how they can include that information? Because right now it's not being updated.
Yeah, through the chair, we intend to follow up with the ministry to get some direction on how that does get reported, because students are allowed to opt out.
Thank you. And my last question, Madam Chair. So back in June, staff had wanted to make changes to Power School over the summer that would include the report cards. So being able to do electronic report cards for the coming school year, plus adding the Catholic to the school names on the board website and the school websites. Is there any update on where we are in terms of making that happen?
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. It doesn't mean that we're not up to the challenge. That's all linked to other projects as well. It's not just, a single project item. It's also related to the student information system, but our hope is to try and get this up and running before we head into the winter.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So when you say through the winter, for the electronic, what I would like to avoid is having more paper report cards being sent out to 70,000 plus students. So for the fall, are we able to manage that electronically as we did during the pandemic?
So through the chair and speaking to the student information team, and certainly not speaking for CIO Mike DeMad, but I'm going to, where our aim is for the elementary progress report and for the January report card in elementary and midterms for secondary. Of course, that is now on the whiteboard for the SIS team, the student information system team, in order to get that going, but they had to get through a year of Power School itself. So it is our hope that we will be able to implement that this fall.
This fall, okay, thank you very much.
Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the cafeterias, have they been given access to the schools? Are they ready to go? We hoping that they're going to be ready to go?
Yes, so thanks for the question. A lot of work has been done with our 3 cafeteria providers in ensuring they're making connections to the schools they're going to be operating in, reaching out to the administrators. Now there's been some changeover in administrators. So there'll be another connect this week into next week. They'll be on site, fully preparing their spaces and being ready to fully open on September 5th.
Fully open September 5th. Verify with full service or with limited service?
Yes, so through the chair, every one of the cafeteria providers will be operating full service in each of our schools this year. So no more grab and go options. The new contract requires full service at each of our cafeterias.
And I hate to beat it down even further, fully staffed.
So through the chair, yes, we'll be making further connections this week through our supply chain department and making sure they're ready to go and have the staff thresholds they need to operate smoothly.
Thank you. And a follow-up to that one, Madam Chair. I don't remember seeing it in the RFQ, but was there a requirement for them to engage the student body within a certain period of time at the beginning of the school to see what they would like to see at their?
So yes, through the chair, there is terminology in the RFP that went out to ensure they are meeting with the students, getting student voice and input, because of course, that's what's going to make the success of a cafeteria, knowing they're servicing the needs of the student population. I don't have the specifics with me, but there is requirements to engage with the student body, and there will be a survey required as well. I can put an update in issue events that has the specifics of
Please,
that.
thank you. All right, Madam Chair, last question I have here. Well, it's a multiple part question here. Over the summer, I noticed that there was quite a few cars parked on our properties for quite a long time. What is the procedure to remove the cars or to get them ticketed or to basically negatively have a negative effect to what they're doing? I guess the first part, you can answer that and then I'll go my next one.
Through the chair, if a car or truck is a private vehicle is left on Dufferin Peel property and it's unauthorized, it's not permitted to be there, then our security department can follow up and ensure that that car gets tagged. If it's a repeat offender, if it's been there for a long time, our security monitoring company can tag the vehicle, give them a warning, and then if they continue to fail to comply with not parking there, then they can be towed.
You're aware of the incident that we discussed. It's about a month, 3 weeks to a month that this car was sitting at a specific school. My concern is one, it could have been abandoned or whatever it was, but my concern was damage to the car. Where the car was located was right by a park, right by a city park, a city tennis courts or courts out there as well, and also close to where people can play behind our schools on our tarmac. The liability that we are incurring by having these cars sitting on our properties for such a long period of time will definitely increase our insurance premiums. What liabilities do we have?
So through the chair, if a vehicle is damaged, a vehicle that's privately owned, not authorized to be on our property is damaged, it is not, Dufferin Peel is not liable to cover the cost of that damage.
And do we have signs on our, because I know that there's certain schools I've seen, parking lot is closed between this time and this time, or driveway is closed between this time and this time because of drop off or whatever it is. Are there any signs on there that say that, like what you would see in parking lots at malls, we're not responsible for loss or damage?
Through the chair, we do have signs indicating that unauthorized parking is not permitted on Dufferin Peel property. What I am going to ask our facility staff to review is the extent of the signage, ensuring that it is at all of our sites. Where there may be missing signs, that those are replaced, but we will ensure that those are fixed as appropriate across all of our properties.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Superintendent, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You, Trustee Bruno Ionica.
Madam Chair, just with respect to staffing at our school cafeterias, is there anything in the RFP that says that staffing, if there's a shortage, that they would let us know, or anything to that area, anything in that challenge that we be notified or the administrators be notified? And the reason I ask is because in each of the plants that I go to, and there's 4 of them now, and conversations that I've had with some couriers that we use, they literally cannot find people. And so I'm wondering if that has kind of cascaded into the food and beverage industry as well, considering last year staff, they did have challenges staffing. I don't know what they pay, but that's one of the prime reasons why people are moving. They don't stay in jobs very long if they can find another job that pays them more.
So through the chair, Trustee Ionica, you're correct. I mean, staffing in the food services industry has been a challenge. It's well known, and it's impacts our cafeteria services providers as well. We saw it last year. We have been addressing that concern with the 3 providers that we will have in 23, 24. We will have constant connections with them, so we will be aware if they're running into the staffing issues. We're also stressing the communications at the school level, so that communication between the administrator and the provider themselves to know soon if that's happening. One of the ideal parts of having the zone structure now and the providers assigned by zone is to be able to work in a smaller geographic area so that they can utilize their staff resources as best they can, especially if they run into an absence of some type. So we're going to monitor all of that, and we'll address any significant concerns we see that start to happen. Hopefully they don't happen, but if they do, we can address those. The other piece, knowing we have 3 providers this year, if one of our providers is running into a situation where they just can't perform their duties, then we have options available to us to look to the other 2 providers to make changes. So we have some things we can do this year that we will follow up on if we need to.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, last question, one that I ask every month of Superintendent Matthew Thomas. The response can be yes, the response could be no, response could be no, not yet. Has the funding for Mary Fix Porta Pack to be removed been investigated, and have they responded?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Trustee Ionika. What I will say is that it continues to be on our list as a project that we want to undertake in summer 2024. What we have to do internally is to work through how the funding will work for that project, but leave that with us. Our commitment is to get that project done.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Maria Pascucci, do you have another question?
Yeah, actually, 2 brief questions, Madam Chair. The first one, the status of football within the secondary schools. Last year was more or less the first year. There was a lot of ups and downs. Who do we speak to, or can you have it in an issue events, what's happening with sports such as football between schools or what have you? Is that possible, Marianne?
Through the chair, yeah, we can put a status update in issues and events.
I realize that it's not the board's responsibility, that's an outside organization, but if you can give us a snapshot, it'd be appreciated. But that's great. Thank you for the response. Okay, the one item that I want to make sure doesn't get lost right now is St. Sophia. When it comes to issues regarding keeping up things, et cetera, can we get a report for a verbal report to be sufficient for the September board meeting? Just basically giving us an update on St. Sophia's school and what we're looking at, because we took a lot of chances in the last 3 years because of the situation in other parts of the world. And I want to make sure that the needs of the students are being used. You get the odd concern, not the odd, that's not the right to say it. There are occasionally concerns or questions that are dropped in your lap, and I'm dealing with one now, and I'll come to you later on, Marianne. But that being said, I just want to make sure we're ahead of the curve on this one. Is that okay?
To the chair, can I just probe that a bit? I know in October we bring our enrollment reports to the trustees, and I imagine that's what you're interested in, is trying to understand what the enrollment is at St. Sophia and whether or not they have any pressures. Are you comfortable with us pushing that to October?
Yeah, that'd be okay, Madam Chair, Madam Director. Thank you very, very much for that. As long as within that context is what are we doing to meet the unique needs of a community that's been brought over here with very little support over the last 1.5, 2 years.
Got it. Okay.
Well, yes, it could be part of that report, but it would have to be a substantial depth to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the community. Because, for example, I have one parent who's complaining, complaint was not the right word. I have one parent who's got a concern, but the lack of the communication it falls apart because of language. And so I want to make sure that that infrastructure is there. We were assured, and I would have nothing to do with this. We were assured that we're doing the best we can under the circumstances. It is a moving target where we anticipated almost more students coming. A number of them went back to their home countries. So if you can find that as part of that report, that'd be great. But what we should do is maybe, and I'm not going to direct anybody, of course, what we should do is maybe have staff, and they've done a great job of keeping the community informed, pick up from there and focus their needs specifically to the community. So it could be the report, but I also want to make sure that they realize, the community realizes that we're doing the best we can with what we have and what available funds are available through whatever agencies that are out there. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, having a better understanding of what you're asking for, we will provide a distinct report on, an update report on St. Sophia and cover off the topics that you've raised.
Thank you. I mean, it's so easy for me to say, let's have a report. And I always have that concern because I know staff is really pulled apart, not pulled apart, they're stretched to the limit. So that's why I don't mind a verbal, but thank you for doing that. But if staff can initiate also a conversation with the principal and say, okay, fine, we'd like to give you an update maybe after October when the dust settles and all that kind of great stuff. And then we've even given a report at the board table. And then all trustees, because it is a regional school, are invited and they can answer the needs and answer the questions of the community. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Madam.
we'll aim for October then.
Okay, great. I'll leave it with you. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Recognize things may come in drip and drops. We're just getting back into the rhythm. Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pascucci. Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to Trustee Stefano Pascucci's point regarding the secondary school cafeteria services, it was mentioned that there would not be any grab and go options. Did I hear that correctly?
So through the chair, yes, correct. There would not be just grab and go as the only option at a school.
Thank you, through the chair. So there would still be grab and go options available, but there's, in addition to that, there would be more hot service. Is that correct?
Yes, so through the chair, the full service array would be there in the cafeteria. Plus, there's always going to be options to pick up different grab and go type food items.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to hear that because I just wanted to make sure that there's still healthy food options available for student populations that we're still providing. And I'm not sure if the details articulated in the RFP, but hopefully there's a requirement that they're following Canada's food guide, that they've got fruits and vegetables, protein, vegan, and that we're inclusive of the diverse student populations that we serve as well.
Yeah, so through the chair, it's actually very important to note that there is a PPM 150 for healthy foods for students that our cafeteria providers have to follow.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, no other raised hands over there. We're going into declared interest item. We're going to declared interest item.
Madam Chair, if I may just say.
That will be very quick, so don't go very far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have item A7, items L1 and L2. Minutes of the regular board meeting, June 2023. Could I have a mover, please, and seconder? Moved by Trustee Bria Corbett, seconded by Trustee Daryl D'Souza. All in favor? In favor? Okay.
Through the chair, we need to clarify, Trustee Pascucci, we're on a declared interest item.
That's what I got called in, so I just don't know why. I thought we moved
Yeah.
over. I did exit out. I'll do that again.
You need to exit out. Exit out already. Okay.
I would suggest redoing the
Sean?
vote.
Yeah, Sean, are you still in there? He's in and out. He's not there? He's not there. Okay, so let's try this again. Item A7, items L1 and L2 minutes of the regular board meeting of June 20, 2023. Moved by trustee Bria Corbett, seconded by trustee Daryl D'Souza. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Well, could you just call them back, please? Go ahead. Okay, so we are. Can't do anything. So the next item in our agenda, I am requesting a motion to move into a closed meeting of the Committee of the Whole, as discussions will involve the disclosure of intimate, personal, or financial information in respect of a member of the board or committee, an employee or prospective employee of the board, or a pupil, or his or her parent or guardian, and litigation affecting the board. Could I have a mover to move into closed meeting? Moved by trustee Bruno Ainica, seconded by trustee Stefano Pascuzzi. All in favor? In favor? Carried. Any opposed? Thank you. Carried, Madam Director. So we will break for, should come back at 9:50. Is that good? 10 minutes? Yes. It's just the way.
Amrita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mario. I'm just going to move you back to the breakout room.
Are you having their success?
You just have to join the breakout room once again.
It doesn't give me the option. There's no button.
Okay, 1 second. Mario, I think you need to click on the 3 dots that say more.
Oh, yes, there you are. Okay, 3
Right.
more. Join breakout. Okay, so I join breakout
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, so just join there.
Okay, just stay online. It says join in camera.
Yep.
Okay, so they're back. We back? Okay. Welcome back to the open session of the regular board meeting of the Dufferin Catholic District School Board Trustee. So could we have the report from in-camera session, please?
Okay. The committee of the whole recommends to the Board of Trustees that it approve by resolution the engagement of the third-party investigator on behalf of the Dufferin Catholic District School Board to investigate an alleged breach of confidentiality and to report on their findings.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Are there any other report? We approve the minutes.
Okay, approve the Board of Trustees in camera regular board minutes, June 20th, 2023, and approve the minutes of in camera special board meeting July 25th, 2023, and administrative appointment
The private.
and private session.
The financial review.
And yeah, and the financial review.
All right, thank you. So we have an open session motion that we need to approve again. So Board of Trustees motion that the Board of Trustees approves the recommended motion from the in-camera session of the Committee of the Whole dated August 22, 2023, regarding matters involving the disclosure of intimate, personal, or financial information in respect of a member of the board or committee, an employee or prospective employee of the board, or a pupil or his or her parent or guardian, and litigation affecting the corporate board. Could I have a mover, please?
So I move.
Moved by Trustee Thomas Thomas. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Trustee Bruno Ayanica. All in favor? Mario, did you vote? Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we have now, towards the end of our session, future meetings. Our next meeting is on September 26, 2023. Could I have mover to adjourn? Who? What? Move to adjourn, moved by Trustee Stefano Pascucci, seconded by Trustee Bruno Ayanica. All in favor? All in favor to adjourn. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.